Alright everyone, welcome back to episode 2 or rather part 2 of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Today we're going to play, as you can see in the title, episode 2. Last time we did the tutorial, which lasts like 6 hours. So I assume the next episode is going to be even longer. So we need to split it in parts. I hope I can even stop myself from continuing to play, but that's the time limit I have, so let's see how far we can go. Got about 5 hours. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Investigation Part 1. Yes. Let's start for real now.
狭い部屋の片隅、深い闇の中でホームズと私は息を潜めて待っていた。やがて通気口からシューシューと低くうなるような音が聞こえてきた。その瞬間、突然ホームズが飛び出して闇の一点をステッキで鋭く打ち据えた。見たかワトソン。ホームズの張り詰めた声が空気を震わす。私がランプの遮光板を上げると部屋の情景がぼんやり浮かび上がった。ホームズは部屋の隅を睨みつけて私に向かってつぶやくように言った。被害者が死の間際に言い残したまだらの紐という謎の言葉。その恐ろしい正体こそがこいつだったのだよ、ワトソン。そこには巨大な毒蛇が牙をむき威嚇するようにとぐろを巻いていた。それは世にも恐ろしいまだらの紐だった。
Speckled Band. I wonder what that is. So the weird thing is the Japanese are saying Holmes and Watson pretty clearly, but the English translation is writing their names as Sholmes and Wilson for some reason. Maybe copyright issues?
それでは謎解きを始めるとしようか。
Who is
この奇怪
this?
なる殺人事件、その真相をね。
Is this Holmes? Oh, Sholmes.
犯行時、扉は内側から缶抜きがかかっていた。
Oh.
缶抜きに細工された痕跡はない。
Man, the animation in this game is
この現場は
amazing.
完全な密室状態だったわけだ。
Look.
被害者は死の間際にメッセージを残したようだ。
Ah.
ここに落ちているインクを使って書いたと考えられる。ロシア語。どうやら被害者はロシア人ということか。文字に全く乱れは感じられない。
Can anyone speak Russian?
強かったのだろう。見たことのない妙な文字だな。筆跡はこのメッセージとは明らかに違う。いや、これはむしろ人種が違うと断言してもいいかもしれない。
Wow.
札を貼ったのは犯行時間の直前。被害者自身だったようだな。
He's pretty modern.
ほう。これは。
一体貴様は何なんだ。好き勝手しやがって。
そうです。海洋警察が到着するまで現場に手を触れず待つべきだ。
その必要はない。どうやら今から5秒以内に諸君を犯人に紹介できそうだ。
In 5 seconds. Also, what is she doing here?
バカを言うな。殺人現場だぞ。しかも奇怪な密室殺人だ。
それでは密室の謎、その封印を解くとしましょうか。
He's
まさか
just
その中に犯人が。
一体君は何者なのだ。僕は大英帝国が誇る世界の名探偵なのです。シャーロック・ホームズ。
Sherlock
もしかして
Holmes.
知らないとか。
Well, as long as Sholmes is here, I don't have anything to do, I guess. Being the genius that he is. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Don't tell me I was in the cabin. Okay, I'm in the room for sure. Wait. I can't move. Oh no. Ah, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, huh? Sailor. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. Okay, I was really in the wardrobe where a murder happened. That's the second time I'm a suspect for murder. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You're a true cold-blooded man. You... You found me, man. Da? We found you, and now you pay, criminal. Criminal? Is he German? How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, huh? Sorry. I guess maybe what happened was whoever was killed, I was hiding in the closet too because I was scared to get killed too. Maybe. Now you have been found and it's time to admit your crimes. For the second time. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, hmm? No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I would like to know from you. Isn't that? Hey, Susato, how have you been? Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato. Wait. What did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? No, don't tell me Kazuma's dead. Where's Kazuma? Well, I kinda expected it too in the first episode, but he was such a cool guy, you know. I don't want him dead. Ha, you pretend you do not know? You're a wolf in sheep's pelt. You're the killer once again. Yeah, he really had death flags all over him. Do not try to make excuses. What? Oh, this sucks! Kazuma is dead. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, it was bolted shut from the inside. Maybe what happened was Kazuma protected me? And he died in action. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. Well, I didn't do it! For the second time! No. No, very long no. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. It's only been 2 weeks? Wait. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you would be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than... Oh, that's so cruel. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I would be I had broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself into my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in him. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she would give me away. No, but if she knew what we had done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to clean and what? It's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the water for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe once you're inside. I don't know. Oh, come on, at least let me study a bit with him. Why do you have to kill him immediately? Huh? I just noticed. Someone gave me a follow, but he's not here. When did that happen? Well, I'll thank you when I can. Module. Oh, a day ago. I wasn't even streaming that day. That explains it. Okay, back to the game. I've only been at the sea for about 15 days. How can this happen? We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together. Oh, don't say it like that. That makes it even more hurtful. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Ah, oh, he's Russian. Maybe da means yes or something. Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away in the ship, but... murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. It wasn't me, come on. Susato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you too. Those eyes. She looks ready, like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare's getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Okay, tell me. How did he die? He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door cannot be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Well, I couldn't have one if I, didn't even know about all of this incident. Yeah, it's a Russian ship, huh? It's impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Oh, Susato hates me. Come on, I thought we could be friends. Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. Please? Pretty please? Oh, she looks so sad. The cause of death is the undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then? That's true, yes. Ah! Why? At least let me be with him with another case or something. At least let me study with him some more. At least let's have some adventure with him before he dies. But no, he got killed on the way. It's painful. Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... How would I kill him if I was in the cabin and there was this paper sticking onto the cabin? How would I stick it on the cabin if I killed him? I'm not a magician. Oh, Susato. He would always find... He would always wake before dawn and do his strangling first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage. Wow, she kinda sounds like his wife. But this morning he didn't come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? That would mean he was either killed very early in the morning or the night before that. And presumably because I was sleeping, you know? I would assume it was in the dead of the night when he died. Because I was dead asleep and wouldn't have noticed if anything happened. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Ugh. This is painful. There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. This is rough. What's with these lines? And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too. Trust me. Now I've told you everything I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, it's alright, but I didn't kill him, so I can't answer your question. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway. Oh, right, that. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruto-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? It was our plan! It was Kazuma's plan! No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? Because we're best friends, hello? We could have taken the word together. Could. I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? Yeah, it's kinda extreme, to be honest. He didn't answer? Oh, he did. Damn, what a cool guy, and we lost him forever. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. Of course you were serious. Do you look at him? You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of a cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not, but... He asked where the wind is coming from. Wind is coming from... God helping him becoming even cooler than he already is. Also, hi T. How are you? But on a personal level? If you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Oi! At least give me your last will or something. Or maybe that whatever he wrote on the floor is his last will. No, she actually commented about it yesterday when I was playing. Oh, I see. Wait, why are you awake actually? Weren't you staying up quite long? Quite late? Kazuma-sama was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Don't say that, it hurts. I got like... Shouldn't you be sleeping more, Dino? Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. I'm hungry. Oh, wait, you woke up because you were hungry? That's kind of amazing. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on this ship, I mean. You're really a glutton, huh? I never woke up from hunger before. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Wow, she's completely correct! That's exactly what he said. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. Oh, you need to take your medicine too? Oh, then it's a good thing you woke up. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Oh my god, she believes me! She's such a nice girl. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Oh, she's not convinced, and this is pretty bad. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into a wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I... fell asleep. Maybe... Now here's the thing. Either someone wanted Kazuma to fall asleep, or Kazuma put me to sleep for some reason. Although I wouldn't know why at this point. But that's the two main suspects, because no one except Kazuma knew I was here. And no one knew why Kazuma took his food to his cabin, you know? So it was either intended for Kazuma to sleep or for me to sleep. But knowing him, I guess it would be Kazuma who put me to sleep for some reason. Fell asleep? Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Oh, don't say it! Well, yes. Oh, please don't look at me like that, it hurts. If Stas could kill me right now, I would be dead like 100 times over from her. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, and perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Why is she surprised about that? Was I hit in the head or something? Something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. No, please tell me. Anything can help me now. Tatsu-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done. Wait, does Holmes also suspect me? I thought we would be like, you know, best buds or something. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why and why can't he speak Russian? Why did this happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Kazuma's kid right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around and my hands tied while whoever that just walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? Gathering... Yeah, investigate. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's knife and how and why they did it. He's becoming a detective now. So, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Oi! Wow. Naruhodo-kun, you're pretty weak, huh? What the... That was a... Susato takedown. Susato what? What martial art form is that? I guess it's judo. Tino being shocked. I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already? What you achieved just a few weeks ago? It's only been a few weeks, so we couldn't even spend time much together. It's even more, it's so frustrating that he died so early. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves that I'm not guilty of awful crime. Yeah, it's this one. Oh yeah, right, it's Japanese, huh? Please look at this paper that was on the cabin. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case a cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally he did the same last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled the sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. I didn't expect that I had to prove my innocence now already, but I'm glad that I could. That way, maybe Sato will trust me again, and maybe help me out in this predicament. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Does she believe me? Well, even if you're sprawled hopelessly on the floor... I can imagine, yes. I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Oh really? You do? That's surprising to you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you. So you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. Oh. Ouch. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am? A magician? Maybe. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh, I guess we're not friends yet. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. Unlike another Naruto-san. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. I won't do anything like that, though. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear. I'll avenge your death. Why is she staring? Oh, I see. So, wait a second, I got to go to the toilet real quick. There you go. Give me a minute. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's investigate the crime scene. Oh, this guy is also here. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. Brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Oh, he made it himself, huh? Yes, his calling calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can, I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? Aww. Even though you stowed away on the ship, it was our plan, not only my plan, hello? Oof. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. I guess she will comment on everything, which makes me actually happy. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? Ah, I'm sure you're careful to look all around using... Yes, of course I am. I totally knew about that. Now, let's investigate all corners of his cabin. Yes, let's do that. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Okay, whoa. Oh, that's good, see? Before I wouldn't even know if I investigated it already, but with this it's easy to tell. There's nothing on this table at all. Well, it fell down, as you can see. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny, I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No. Yikes, she really hates me, huh? That's my dinner from last night. The roast chicken, it was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But... did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate it at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. It fell down, it's the other way around. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right, so he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean? Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on this earth with an empty belly? It's just horrible. Ugh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Why do we have to say it like that? That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Oh, could it be that I'm carrying around his katana later on? I think in the promotional images I saw Naruhodo or Ryunosuke wearing a sword and stuff. But maybe I'm just imagining things. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the ship. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone, but I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. I want to die hungry. Will you die because you ate too much? But it's horrible. Horrible. It's that terrible for you. Imagine. This is weird. What's that? A bell. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have been clean broken in two. It was cleanly broken in two. That would mean that it was likely cut in two. Because glass should shatter and not be cut. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? So maybe it's from the culprit? And the mark beside it, what is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It is the color of a brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. These are the rules of passage for the travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from a captain to all passengers on board. Oh wait, passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I guess I would count as a pet. Does she think of me as a dog? What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking... Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Oh, why does she have to be so cruel? I guess I'm more of a pet because I'm not dangerous at all. In a one-on-one fight, I would lose like 10 out of 10 times likely. Even you threw me on the ground. I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. That's true. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look. They've all toppled in the same way. Isn't that weird? Maybe that means something is missing there. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. Oh, interesting. Maybe the shelf was somehow used as a mechanic to close the cabin door, to make it the closed room case. Like how you see it with stuff in Detective Conan. It always needs some kind of fallen down object to make it happen. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama doing his morning SWAT training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. No. I can't even imagine myself being enraged. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and instead you. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Very likely, yes. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like this scene. No. Didn't you tell me not to tamper with the scene here? With a crime scene? Hello? She just... What? And here I thought I should behave, but it's actually Susato who should be behaving. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, because I had to fit in there. Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which in hindsight I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over again. I was turned over and over and over. And then I was tossed on the floor in here. She was just smiling for one split second. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. You thought it was romantic? In what way? Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. Oh. Oof. Yeah, okay. Imaginable. I can check the ink, I guess. I'll check the right side more. Oh, this is all of the right side, huh? When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this boat had been firmly closed. It's quite a small boat and not particularly sturdy. It just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, and there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. And she's looking at me like that again. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense. All up and down my spine. Yes. I feel you. I remember reading once in a detective novel the culprit used a needle and a thread to draw a boat across it from outside the room in a situation like this. Where did she get that book from? Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. But the door of his cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Please don't look at me like that. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up down my spine. It got worse. I guess we got everything here. What's this? First I should see what this Russian crewman makes of a scene of crime. Excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going, the investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking for investigator for information about his crime? Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't seem to appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. I think everyone is convinced I'm guilty. Might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So last night, did you notice anything out of ordinary at all? Yeah, of course no. Now back to the corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there, he seemed a little flustered. So he knows something. Well, that's good to know. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have said whenever he was writing. Seriously, is this girl in love with Kazuma? Well, it wouldn't surprise me, but still. Kinda bitter. Everything is spilled here too, that's weird. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be valuable too. That's out of question. What? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important, something relevant to the case? Also, I'm his best friend, of course I can read it. Alright, I won't read it. Man. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Well, to her, I'm just a criminal, so... I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? Oh, now I'm caught up. What do you mean caught up? Is the stream lagging? Is it lagging again? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, that's what it is. It looks like it must be connected to the next door cabin. How do I know? Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the rooms, surely it should have been connected to the outside. No, lol. I ended up off at the end of a tutorial as I was trying to catch up to where you... Oh, I see you're playing. Ah, I see. That's kind of funny. You're playing while watching me stream it at the same time. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough or something like that. I suppose maybe that's it. It depends, I guess, how the other rooms are built. This is... Yes, it's a bell and cord contraption, I think. A bell and cord contraption? What do you mean, contraption? I read it about in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have a bell cord like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. That's what it is? Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? I see, so she was curious, huh? Yes, in the interest of culture research, obviously. Oh! I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. Well, that's... ouch. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. A bell. Which is weird. What about the bell down here? That's the cabin I was stuck in. It's some 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that water the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was I never knew when a member of a crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. Basically, yeah. No, sadly not. She's so sad about it. Ah! After investigating, I can't find anything out of place. I see. So this should be the last one. Did Kazuma write that before he died? Looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. But can he even speak Russian? I can't read it. And then I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama, no doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of clue in his final moments, was he? Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I can't speak Russian. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruto-san. What? Then what language is it? It pains me to admit, but I don't know. But it's Russian. That's literally Russian in the background. You can't tell me it's Russian, or is it not Russian? Maybe it's not Russian. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. So it's not Russian? What does it mean, I wonder? Ugh! Where did he come from? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... Seriously, how did he get in here? You've noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall. That's amazing. What is amazing? Bet he snuck in here? Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well... No? I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of a crew. There's something very... unusual about him. And is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. She's so excited to talk with him because she knows who it is. Am I just imagining it, or does the son look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case. If you press A on people when we're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright man, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Suspiciously tall gentleman. Oh, please do. Alright, suspiciously tall gentleman, let's talk with each other. Excuse me? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Okay. That was fast. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Oi! Greetings, what did you say? What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Eh. Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry, what do you see? Looks like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. What is? My train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently you returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward point climbs, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? What do you mean how? I wasn't in Afghanistan. How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you fled your native land of Russia, being as you are mercilessly... a merciless revolutionary? What? I'm Japanese! You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. I don't! And when the Barrybond occupant of his very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. This guy is a faker. You call yourself Sherlock Holmes? Don't make me laugh. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. What? No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. They were all pretty wrong, Will. Just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. What is that pose? Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? Maybe the Russian right behind you on the door. I don't even see one person who fits with bill. Susato, please don't believe him. No, you idiot! So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. Oh, he's not there anymore? What? And you're plotting a revolution too. It's a shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, don't believe this idiot. How can you believe it? Oh! Ooh. That's the third time in a row. Now, explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. I can't even fight you. How would I even assassinate 16 victims? How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? No, of course not! Whilst venturing toward point climbs, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, that is right. Yes, maybe. Ha, there you have it, see? What do you make of that, hmm? Well, to be honest... This ship is en route to England, and I am in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. And observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. I hate how right he is. My method is founded upon observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with brassy certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. Wait, what? So he's just winging it? I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. Yeah, we're doomed, Dino. We're doomed. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to man and woman the world over. Except I don't know you. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. Why? Why that name? So, it's really you. The actual Sherlock Holmes. The very same, the inimitable, actual Sherlock Holmes. You're a fucking idiot. Do you know this, Mr. Sato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruto-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. I haven't. What planet have I been living on? A different one, I assume. We must ask him what he seduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Yeah, and I'm guilty of it, probably. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Let's talk. Great detective. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see you're German? Herlock? Was it? No, I have no hair, I mean. I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. Kinda, well, whatever. I'll give up on calling him Holmes. He's a faker anyways. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Dan's magazine. Full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Wow, your English is very good, man. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories, then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories you've started to think you're a real detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Watson, why? Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Same. Deduction, you see, is it me? What? Oh. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle reaction in the subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of muscle, a slight inclination of posture, fingernails, arms, sleeve, furrows in the skin, all these things are data. Right, okay, yeah, he's right, kinda. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is without fail the truth. You're kinda right, I guess. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look at me in the eye and claim that? Sorry, but I'm not a mass murderer, nor an assassin, nor am I talented enough to do that. So you see, I've turned both of observation and for deduction. And fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Holmes. I don't care. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything, my dear fellow? Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You're way too arrogant. I see. In other words, it's me. I'm in this now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their numbers and gaining entry to the scene of crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Holmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. The very moment I laid eyes on my scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh really? Two facts, you say? Oh, that's interesting. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. Stop being so narcissistic. What were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts that I deduced from a mere moment glance at the scene of a crime were as follows. Number 1. The cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of question. I disagree. Number 2. The victim was Russian and killed... You're an idiot! The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes. What made you think your victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I can't read that. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Why would he write wardrobe there? That's weird. Oh, I see it. Okay, this is my assumption from what I see in the picture. I assume what actually happened is that Kazuma wrote something himself, but then a Russian overwrote it with something else. Actually, that's just what I think though. I can't make out any Japanese words from this thing alone. But something just doesn't seem right about it. Well, we'll see. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? No, I don't think so. In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. He's Japanese! Kazuma was Russian, no! Initially, I considered Garderobe may be the name of a killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps. But in the interests of foreigners, I decided it would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe here there at least, where you found Mr. Naruto sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Please don't give me additional titles. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I guess we're just all Russian on this Russian ship. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim, in other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is traditional dress of Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people? I had no, he's talking trash! It's Japanese, there's no way! And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of a victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Could you show me? This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. He doesn't seem to have any external wounds. So it's kind of weird. How would I kill him if there was a dispute, but he has no injury? That's sus. So I assume it might be poison, but he didn't eat anything, so it can't be poison either. How did he die? Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. It must be hard for her to look at it. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, thank you. Photograph of crime scene. Okay, this was added, huh? Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? What? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you could concluded about me, I mean? The now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headlines reads: Revolutionary violent Bolshevik police Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma Russian? It sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of his crime was the same merciless revolutionary. No, that's just an assumption. One who had killed the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, how could it be me? You just called me Naruhodo, did you forget? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face! Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. How would I do it on the ship? Please. And I'm like that. Your name doesn't appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Yeah, I'm a stowaway. Sorry about that. Oh, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims of assassination blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah, yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The details the man has perpetrated this far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do the revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place? No worries, I'm also pretty bad at geography. Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you, I guess. I've observed all that is of interest to me within its pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. So I'm the rubbish bin? And you may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eye over it sometime if interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian, I couldn't hope to read it. But I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Let's check it immediately. This woman. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. Nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like... No, I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you've noticed this article. What's wrong? Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, Mr. Sholmes. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Last night? renowned prima ballerina of a Novovich ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Wow, Russian name is so hard to remember. I agree. It would appear the woman was in a costume when she was found to be missing from a dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. I think it's not worth nothing. Actually, let's check it immediately if I don't say it. Ruble to euro. Sato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds himself. She's quite a curious lady, isn't she? The tiara is the property of a Novovich ballet. It would seem the director's beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They've requested the international assistance at all possible sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. So 20,000 rubles is 230 euros, so about $270 maybe? Which is not that much considering it's diamond. I would have thought it's more. I'm afraid I can't read a word of Russian. No, me neither. I have no idea what any of this says. A pair of you blundering is a sorry sight. Allow me to offer you some assistance. The article on the front page of his newspaper is concerned with a fearsome Russian revolutionary. Yeah, we know that. It reads, Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Yes, you told us that before. It reveals also that those who see the man's beard with their own eyes never live to tell the tale. Oh my goodness, he is fearsome. But presumably the newspaper photographer was alright, wasn't he? The solution is obvious, of course. If he despises his beard to that degree, he need only shave it off. I'm not quite sure that's a problem, Mr. Jones. Oh boy, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. So, what else did you find out, Mr. Jones? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of a victim. Okay, I observe. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping the notes of a trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, I believe it or not. I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, does that mean we're constantly talking in English in this world? Currently? Well, you're about to know what the societal takedown is. She's not doing anything. Satsu-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? What do I mean? You did it 3 times with me. Oh yeah, life is unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter of hand. Namely, the diary belonging to the victim. Dancing? You call that dancing? It's just one person throwing around. It would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the outer were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy. A smattering. So he doesn't know anything. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Not at all. But this diary is littered with complicated looking characters of which I can read precisely none. So he didn't read anything? Maybe the sound effects of writing things down? Nado, 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 nado. Or maybe nodding? I'm not sure. Ha 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 ha. So what was all that showing off about before, man? He's showing off all the time! What? If you'd be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it for you, Mr. Sholmes. What about... Why do I get thrown around and he gets to read it? She even will read it for him. This word is so unfair. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. The final entry here in Kazuma's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? These are very deep waters, pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 AM. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A snake? A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. But who's my neighbor? Come on, Sholmes, tell me! So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victims writing in this diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. And if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation. We crave your mental exertion. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think, perhaps, that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? Why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter, no? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. He didn't? You must be joking! You just said it only a moment ago! Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. But what, were you looking at my niece before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. I see, so before he was sure I was the suspect, but after reading the diary, he got clues that this wasn't the entire truth, so he thinks... He has at least doubts as to why he has doubts that I am the culprit. What do you mean? Well, I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. What? What? Yeah, now he's just being plain rude. Great. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. That's actually fun, considering they don't use his real name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing here there for? Hmm? You must go investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Oh... That's the fourth time. After Kazuma spent his day dying moments struggling to leave us clue, you're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. So I guess Susato's on my side now? I think we still have some investigation to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can with Kevin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. The situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Is that? Who's that guy? Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't tell, but feel like I've seen him before. It's a police detective! What was his name? I forgot. Oh yes, you're right, he does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. It's him! Hosonaga, what are you doing here? Yes? What can I do for you? Hosonaga. I recognize that face, but it can't be! It's him. This blood reveals it. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. What are you doing here? Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Did it literally stop? Are you okay? Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew on board the ship. Oh, I see. He might be chasing either that Russian girl or that Russian terrorist. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Yes, please help me. I never expected to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Hey, Hosonaga, what's your special order? Mind telling me? So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? I bet he can't even tell us, but we might guess why I ask. Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of a crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asugi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. Then what happened? But I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin, not here on the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment. And also, Asugi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Spectre. So if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Hosonaga, please help me investigate. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out. So we need to be allowed out of his cabin. He looks. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of a cabin's door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I would lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you are uncovered. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose something evidence that Inspector Hosonaga could use. No evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door's cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can. I have no idea. But the good thing is we can't be punished, so we can do whatever we want. How to represent it? Ah, I see. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. So I guess the diary is a valid reason that we can use because it gives a tip that something happened on the other side. As described in the diary, of course. Wait, I forgot to do something. Oh, well, whatever. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we are still trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I would like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Is this really enough evidence to convince the captain of the crew? Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of crime, you see. I have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. There's a rat trap in there. 7:48 AM. It's pretty early in the morning. Whew, I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in the first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Eee. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to a second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs? Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. Would have thought you would be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. I've been living in the water for 2 weeks. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Yeah, please don't give me that pitying look. Should first investigate this area. There's something weird. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back at home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. You don't know cheese? It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? Huh? I really don't know it. I wonder what it tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But I suppose you're right. Why would you try to eat the cheese there? You weren't actually going to try it, were you? He would. All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you, I'll find a little snack for you later. She's so nice! Why is she so nice to me all of a sudden? First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. That hurts. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? Please. No. Don't touch it. What do you think this is? It's a very unpleasant shape, isn't it? That's an emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells, rings all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this... Yeah, what are you doing? Don't touch it! But this is an emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. You know fully well that's not what the alarm is for. You were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Oh, well said, Susato. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. Just each deck. Look. Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... how's that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago... What? Archipelago? The islands of Japan? Yes. They're not matter, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink either, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. The gods? Well, I suppose so. That's how you explain it? That's kind of weird. That's a huge book on top of the table there. There's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? We can just take it in front of a marine sailor guy? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such a beautiful handwriting. And... nothing. No reaction at all. I thought he might appreciate the compliment. Oh, I see. That... I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment, Naruto-san. Even to a sailor. I see, so that sailor wrote it, huh? Anyway, last night's log is almostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. No, that's wrong. That seems weird. Hey, buddy, wanna talk? Excuse me, but could I ask you something? Why is his face all over... why does he have stripes on his face? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. The ventilator? Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask you something? You? Whoa! You little third-class ladies' maid? You little piece of crap, I'm going to punch you. How dare you! Oh. I seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. The best thing is just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff. About this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Buria's steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. Oh, fuck. He's angry about it, isn't he? I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering... is the cabin next to Mr. Asugi's currently occupied? Da. Susato-san, did you understand that? Sound like da. Also, so yes. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. No, niet is no, so da must be yes. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. But it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Tell me more about this passenger next door, buddy. Could you tell us who's driving in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimes by Roylott. He's a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Island. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door's cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. That's weird. Maybe he just arrived very recently. Well, presumably since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. It must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Alright, whatever. Tell me about last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in, or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? He was hesitating. Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet, I guess? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a... no. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. You guys are terrible at lying, you know? And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? He's even looking away, look at this. I said no! Sorry! I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. So all crew members are hiding something. And it has likely something to do with sneaking in that new passenger. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of a mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. I still won't forgive you. Belittling Susato-san like that. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. I don't think there's anything else though. Oh, is there something new here? Wait. I'll just skip through it. Yeah, pen. Chip lock. Yes, where is this? I'm surprised I can't skip it. I keep pressing A, but it's not getting faster. Yeah, it's blank. I know it's blank. Now it has a... Wait. I haven't checked this one. That's the way to the second class area of a ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. No, I think you were pretty accurate about it. No, I started with my talk of running away. And there's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. I already checked all of this, so... There's nothing else here that could be of interest except that room. Yeah, I think that's it. This is the last thing. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. He's probably the culprit. No answer. We are out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. What was that? Such a highest-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside! Oh, Sholmes, you're here! My goodness, I thought you were already inside. Alright, buddy, let's do this. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes. I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. You can't do it? Please. Wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? And how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What prey can I kick? Can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Just kick the one that makes her scream. Please don't die, whoever's in there. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. They are stowing away a Russian revolutionary. Also, their books are also fallen down. Where the fuck do we connect? What? I don't see it. But in that case, who just screamed? There's another... Oh no, we came from the door. Okay, I see. We're on the other side. Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. A man uses a magazine like a business card, yeah, basically. Detective. I do not trust detectives. Well, obviously, because you're a criminal! We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be as bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? A ballerina can. Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not, traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh! It moved! Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes! The case just shook! Leave, now! Otherwise I'll call the steward! So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He looks exactly like in the picture here, you know? Except he's fat. He can do that if he ate a lot, I guess. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. I guess I'm not allowed to touch. What the fuck is he doing? He's just in my cabin and chilling there. What do you think you're doing? Ah! This is my cabin. Get out! Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Wait, does that mean we can also not... Oh, I see. It's all checked because we can't do anything about it. Hey! Ayo, detective. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only to address me as Sholmes. Oh god, I forgot his voice. That's what I just did, isn't it? No, I said Mr. Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why? I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of a water while it's waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. Oh, I hate your arrogance, but I hate that you're right. Oh. And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding secret? No? Why? The truth, of course. But it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Well, I imagine he will take these scissors and stab it into me, so I wouldn't like to witness it. Oh yes, please! No! You're trying to kill me here! Well then, what you're about to see may well astound you. Well, I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Deduction. It's getting worse. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone, really. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh, I must have complete silence. Okay. What are you doing? What are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. But what do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment, no less in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. His face has gone blue. Look at this. It's purple. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhara-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholm's great deductions with my own eyes. So I guess she ignored the great deduction that I received. That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. And a single glance he can deduce all there is to know about a person. What? What ineffable twaddle! Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventure of Sherlock Sholmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deductions firsthand. This is like a dream come true. Oh my god. You know, I thought she wasn't like... who was it? Is her name Maya? Well, basically Phoenix Wright's partner, but she does have similar, excitable, how do I say, character traits. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained off from Mr. Roylet's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholm's conclusions were right. How? How could you? How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Oh, I do miss it, but we're not Phoenix Wright, so it's fine, I think. Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I accordingly invite you upon our journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. What do you mean together? The great deduction. The game is afoot. What the fuck is this now? Topic 1. The old man's identity. Wow, even special animations for this? So the dubious-looking Russian and Mr. Roylet, obviously. What catches the eye in the first place? Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. He had a question mark, so I guess it was wrong. The question then back is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylet? Yes, he's a nutcase. Once again, the answer is plain. We have a clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular this fascinating front-page article. Which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylet. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Oh, that was wrong too, I see. He's half right. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Oh my goodness, why does he get so much spotlight? As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. He's such a show-off! Famous detective powers, showing off your deductions. Having noted the articles yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand? That is completely wrong. Now, as for my second conclusion. So from what I can observe so far from Sholmes is that his observation skills are on point. But the way he deduces things sometimes lead to the wrong thing even though he has the right evidence. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylet. Taken unawares, people have propensity to let their eyes astray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. Why was a question mark in here? It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need to only follow your furtive glances to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is now a most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. This is strange, he doesn't seem to react to this princess. Renowned prima ballerina of a Novovich ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Kidnapping of the young ballerina. That's also the conclusion I had, but something about this must be wrong. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of his Russian enigma, Elemensky. However, I can tell you one thing. It's kind of like Detective Conan, where Mori Kogoro usually deduces something, which is something you first think of when seeing when you observe the crime scene and everything. And then new things come up while he deduces that, and then Shinichi or Conan can use whatever knowledge he gained from that to really solve a case. And I also need to get a drink in a bit. Sato-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Yeah, the effects are great. Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. What I assume is that he uses these deductions to first see the reactions. Once he sees something wrong with it, he adjusts to that. What's more, currently his partner, Wilson, who usually is by his side and can maybe correct things, if he even does that, isn't with him, so he can't help him. So that means someone else has to pick it out. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Man, these sailors are pretty slow. He did a whole ass big deduction with several poses and effects, and they are still not here. No wonder someone got murdered. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. But to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing alike each other. Ah, yes, I recall a discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary. Well, able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Royler does look more like this man than you do. I guess that's okay to say. That's not the point, yeah. And another thing. The part about him adopting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young maiden. Not just first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into the best case, even if you push really hard. I don't suppose a missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, does she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? I can't read Russian. Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troupé of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain liveliness in their bodies. Vinegar? Such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contract oneself into the confines of a small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, this whole thing is turning into a circus. Where are you when I need you? Mr. Naruto, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his power of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of little may be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just 1 or 2 keywords in his deduction that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we would unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. Precisely the thought that was going through my mind. This man is a lot of work. At times I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Yeah, I wonder about that too. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? Huh? It's gone! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt that maybe hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. Dance? Okay, I take the dance with Susato. I don't want to dance with you. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. Well, yeah, it's more suspicious if I don't have them, I guess. I'm not worried, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Did he change the name just now? Wow, I get a shadow too. Hold it. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. What do we do now? So, the dubious looking Russian Mr. Rudd is obviously what catches the eye in the first place. It's an enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious speed of your sport. Okay, now we can do something. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here now, Oda-san, and see if it helps the matter. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. Wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. We do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deductions better. Then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the only one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could do. We could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? How do I... What the fuck was that? Hair? Gold? What? Is Mr. Roylott a woman? Is he the ballerina? What's this? It looks like a cascade of a stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. The point is what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true. It's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. This is it. Oh, nice animation. What? I'm joining this too now? You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you spot. Indeed, you have identified the precise data I was intending to expose. He immediately followed up perfectly and he's ignoring the fact that he did it wrong before. Okay, Chance is actually pretty impressive, to be honest. You expected that? I thought she was somewhere, but I didn't expected her to be that old man. I see, yeah, okay, yeah, let's do some poses, I guess. Such lush golden hair certainly doesn't befit an old man. You're not a man at all, you're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one is still very much in her youth. Oh no. If only I had managed to cut it off my hair, no one would have suspected. Yeah, usually if characters look like that in Ace Attorney, we're hiding something under that kind of facade. It's been so long since I've played, so I didn't notice at all. I just thought it was a fat old man. The question then back is, why would you decide to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have a clear evidence to shed light on that matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about... Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise, did you? Oh, they also said that they heard a woman scream earlier. Well, it's weird though, but... Why did she scream? Does she have a snake or something in that suit? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with it. No! I don't wanna... So it's either him or the thing in the suitcase. Because some animals scream. Well, I don't think the animals scream like that. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, not strict... yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on the next part of Mr. Champ's deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked up doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman, exactly he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. Maya's breed of dog screams. They scream like human women? But she hasn't figured it out yet, thank God. Yeah, thank God. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, something that fits the facts as we now understand them. It's a very high-pitched, but does it sound human? For some reason this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. Fears though I've read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Well, it can only be the ballerina now if it's not the old man. From the evidence we have. The evidence that reveals your identity is of course the article about the ballerina. but she does look beautiful. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Nouvelle Vague Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of Novavich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Oh, are you okay? Oh. I guess she's not her. Yeah, thank. Wow, she's a beauty. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Well, I don't mind, but now I'm in trouble. She doesn't seem like to be the murderer either. So what happened to Kazuma? Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes astray, you see. Ah, and I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes, yes, that traveling case. So it's not the traveling case, what else could it be? Good thing Russians always have a hat, yeah, I agreed, you know. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that would be something. No, that's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ah, you can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. Okay, maybe it doesn't sound like a human scream. I seem to look pleased now, Rudo-san. Yeah, if it's not like a human scream, then I don't think they would react that way too. You know, they ran in because they heard a woman scream. If it would be an animal, I think it would be clearly distinguishable. Unless it's, what was it? That bird that can mimic human voices. I'm stupid. Oh, yeah, a parrot. Thank you. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with? No, don't say it like that. Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else where the shows what this woman is up to. Oh, it's a tiara. But why would she cut it? What can she do if she cuts it apart? Oh, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it. What? Why me? Do you try it on? What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Would you like to try it on? Oh no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. So you're that kind of girl, huh? You look great in it. No, I won't! Why does this tiara look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently. Oh, if it's not that, yeah, it's a tiara. There's nothing else. There's maybe something in here. No, there's nothing in here. A waste paper basket? Let's have a little look inside. Naruto-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know? Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. Please don't throw me in this rubbish bin. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh well, that's a little disappointing. Well, let's try the tiara and see what happens. I don't think she can cut it up though. The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. Which is, by the way, only $250 maybe? In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking the precious tiara with you. Oh right, she wanted to cut her hair. Why am I still on the scissors? I'm stupid. I was keep thinking, why does she want to use the scissors to cut up the tiara? This makes no sense. But then again, the scissors business was already finished. I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone and I need money. And I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Don't tell me Kazuma was accidentally killed by a snake because she let it go or something. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glances to find an answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open the case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Schomp is adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why does he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem like that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her in that direction. I noticed it myself. And there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area. That's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Ah, it's this. These are the rules passage of travel aboard the SS Puria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. That was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe, Naruto-san. You're probably left to drift in the freezing cold ocean. That would mean I'll be thrown into the ocean at some point. Or shut inside a tiny water for days on end, that's me. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Cabin door? I don't think it's a cabin door. The matador, the same in Kazuma's cabin. Yes, and rather a slim boat, and it is, and rather the slim boat is the same as well. Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door instead of a bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from his cabin. Maybe. This is not it. This is a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. When you've been on the flat sea for a while, maybe you're starting to see hills and mountains and everything. Alright, let's try this. Oh, so it's maybe a snake after all. Or some other kind of animal. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it. This was revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or dangerous item would move on its own account. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case... It's a double team conclusion. It's the last item listed as forbidden in the vessels of rules of passage. A pet. Why am I together with weirdo? He's clearly influenced me. Are you okay, Miss Pavlova? Ha ha. Elementary. He's a lot more cooperative and Gapton than the other detectives. Yeah, that's true. But in this case, Hosonaga is the actual detective. So in this case, Hosonaga would be the gumshoe in this game. I think. I'm not sure what Sherlock is then. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? Also, she's in the first class, so obviously they were helping her. In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Please don't do that. Your long hair looks beautiful. Yet to a woman, hair is no trivial matter. My personal recommendation is to leave it well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to... How do you say? Disguise! Not disgust myself! So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put on the forehead and a beard when just before you came here I saw in the newspaper. Right down the page, there was a picture of me. Yeah, disgust. I was so frightened I couldn't stop. You screamed from the newspaper? Now that's a new level of scary, I guess. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? Very likely not. There's just one more thing I would like to know. Oh. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right, it is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out if you say it to any of the crew, your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Okay, this is getting confusing. I thought the neighbor would be somewhat, suspicious. But after the whole talk about this, it doesn't seem like it's suspicious at all. If anything, the whole crewmates of the sailors are more suspicious. Like, what the fuck did they do last night? Now it seems like they did something that led to his death. Or maybe they snuck in that revolutionary that maybe is on here too. Well, let's hear the story for now and then we'll find out eventually. Yes, alright, I will tell you. Yes, please do. The screams are like this. Wait, so Dina sent me a video about the screams. Let's listen to that. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a cute scream. I can't see that as human, but oh, I think I would definitely check it out if I heard that. Too early to say. We don't have enough work. Yeah, we don't have enough evidence. Well, Mr. Naruto, wasn't it something Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? Have you forgotten what I did this whole time? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Yes, what? Oh, I see. So he just took off the handcuffs so I can pose around with him. Okay. I guess that's a fair deal. Observe your wrists. My... Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When and why? Well, obviously because we are prime suspect. There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. I have to agree, yeah. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the Speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Huh. I think this... No, we should talk first. Maybe we can observe afterwards. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was observed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. What? Isn't that a bit too wild? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. This is getting weird. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But that tiara is mine. I need to live. So you will sell it? Or won't you? I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. We must dance all over the world. What? Isn't that a bit crazy? I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. So they know who she is. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates the most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes. Of course, I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. She's still scared. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from ballet. Now that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course! So how's it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of his cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens. Because I'm an angel. That makes no sense at all. You jumped on the ship or something? Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of a dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Joey. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. But why? I guess we just have to figure it out ourselves. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found out my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestow themselves in unison? To throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. She doesn't seem happy about it. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ha, you credit Russia as the land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't we have small rabbits, Bevan? You may well ask. I have no idea. He's an idiot, yes. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. No, it's not a chicken. There's no way it's a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the need of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Why are you laughing about it? She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Alright. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. You know! Oh. Uh-oh, someone's coming. Excuse you, Mr. Roylott. Yes. What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! Passenger said out! Or you want me to throw you out? Ugh. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. Girl has mood swings. That's how women are. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. I guess I'm just spending my day being thrown around all day. On that ship. Of course we'll save. I'm not crazy enough to not save. I'll grab something to drink real quick because my mouth's drying up. So please wait a bit. Oh, I'll put it here. Yeah. Give me a minute and I'll be back. Alright. We completed part 2? Part 1? Did we complete part 1 or 2? It's probably part 1. So we're going into part 2 now. She just woke up, so we're going to grab lunch now. Alright, enjoy your food. Don't fall asleep while eating. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we had managed to find some clue as to what that Speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as a wind, but not before ensuring we were securely back on my wrists. Ha ha ha. Let's first see if something has changed here. It doesn't seem to be the case, so maybe we can talk to this guy. I really wish we had the chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Oh, no. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. Okay, he's not reasonable. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruto-san. Ah, that much is true. I guess we'll go back. First lab of cars, cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Oh yeah, we had that conversation before. Ah, yes, very cruel. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Alright, let's walk in and ask him. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Can't go in there. Obviously. I can't see any changes at least. Looks like we're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of his cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he would lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes, I'm sure, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Where's he? Where's he? Oh, there he is. Oof, you don't look unscathed to me, buddy. Oh man, your health is bad as is, and you were even beaten. That's... Thank you very much, Hosonaga. Oh, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your faces... Please, don't worry about it. There was no blood. They're just scratches. Your glasses are kinda wrong. Made by a beer, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me to pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. Looks like he wasn't joking when he said he would lay his life on the line if he had to. That's also Naga for you. He's overly serious. In the weirdest ways. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Holmes. I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Sherlock Holmes. No. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. That's its signature smile. What? Oh, no, not so loud. Come on, we're trying to hide that fact. Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the next cabin door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know the graceful angel? Self-respecting ballet? Well, okay. I didn't know you liked ballet. Oops, I think I upset him there. Oh, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, yeah, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. I'll do this to make sure the scene isn't disturbed. I'm ready to hand over to Hong Kong police? Well, at least it's not Russian police. So I'm just keeping watch here and trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? What is it? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. Budia's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. I guess that's the breathing functions? His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first I think we were considering poison. Yeah, that was I was considering that too, but he didn't eat anything before on that day. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Blunt object that doesn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. No, I don't understand. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility. And no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. You do? After all, if I didn't trust you, I would never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Oh. What's wrong, Susato? It's fine. It's understandable if you didn't trust me. After all, he was someone important to you too. May Far Eastern. Sometime between 1 and 2 p.m. So, it seems to fit with the snake, or whatever came through the vent. Damage to the cervix and vertebrae resulting in an instant death. At least it wasn't painful. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area, no obvious external injuries or traces of poison. A blunt object. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But when he suddenly left, I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish. I wonder what he meant. The brown stuff on the floor, maybe? It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, as I'm afraid. I have no idea. Does that mean he somehow saw a shoe in that? What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing the leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of brownish red then. Yes, a little of a color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on the Kazuma shoes as they scuffed on the floor? That? I have no idea what it's supposed to tell me. How would he scratch it that way? That's really all I can tell you at this stage, but I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Really, thank you. Poor Inspector, he looked exhausted. She's such a kind soul. Oh no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Ugh. Don't say. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. I also have a heavy head. My head's still throbbing too. Does that mean? Maybe everyone in the crew was put to sleep. But no, that can't be it. Everyone else woke up perfectly fine, didn't they? There's nothing new here. Why is there no indicator anymore? Yeah. That's right, and just a few minutes before he died, because of something emerging from it. Speckled band as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. Well, she didn't tell us what kind of bat it is. I'm not sure. No, most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. But what? She didn't seem like a bad person. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:33, I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at his handwriting here on this page, it's almost as impossible to believe that he's gone. It is, isn't it? Kazuma-sama left us valuable clues in these words. I'm sure of it. Maybe he wrote wardrobe so I wouldn't die? No, even then, I can exit it from the inside, I think. We have to solve this mystery, Nahodo-san. We will. I guess she's on my side now. That makes me happy. You. Where did you go? Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to... Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cold room. Oh no! Hosonaga! I'm sorry. He's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. We do, don't we? It could be a very long time from now on, Naruto-san. Well, she's right. Now, this is the weird thing. Both in Pavlova's room and my room, well, in Kazuma's room, rather, the books and the bookshelves and stuff were shaken. Wait, actually, let's think about it. Remember when the detective suggested that maybe the ship shook very turbulently or something? Maybe that actually happened. And if it was like, well, what happened to me when everyone was put to sleep by eating this food, then no one would have noticed what happened in the night, because we were all deeply asleep by that time. So that would explain why all the shelves and stuff are, well, fallen down, as you can see. And Kazuma was obviously awake. All the books provided for passenger occupying was neatly arranged on the shelf. We were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? Even though you sure weren't supposed to do something to the crime scene. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins lead to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that we are neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. This whole room is untidy. So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that the summer spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last word or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. So the culprit maybe wrote it, huh? Does that mean he knew I was in there? So he pointed at me, didn't he? The culprit. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. Looks like whatever it has broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's this brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to the great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. I'm more surprised that she polishes his shoes on regular. Maybe, but I would like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. No, that's no reason. That's hardly a reason, is it? I feel like I've already investigated everything here. I guess maybe we can move around and see if anything happens. Yeah, something changed. Look, Naruto-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? Oh, maybe that's the word. Wordplay here. The burly Russian sailor. Sailor who is always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Oh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. La. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-li-ra-li-la-lay. I did it the great detective way? Oh no, don't tell me it's Sholmes. Miss Caroling, you know what? I know that lark-like voice. Oh, never mind that for now. This is the golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's go inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate. Ha ha ha. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Yeah, let's move inside. It's open. Everyone is open. Please, snake, if you are a snake, don't bite me or whatever pet you are. The cabin now has clothes in there. That's sudden. Sato-san, oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste now, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long until we arrive at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? Must solve this case now, Dodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. She believes in me now. Yes, we will. Ah, that makes me happy. Okay, first and foremost, it's open. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. Does that mean she took her pet with her? Completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend. It's not a chicken. A friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where's it now? Yeah, I wonder too, where is it now? There are just a few books on the desk and nothing else by the looks of it. Oh, Miss Pavlova only ran away from a ballet last night. Last night? The timing of everything seems so odd. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Really? That's... yeah, thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's true to ask too much of people, Naruto-san. Can't you remember that? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's thrown away? Naruto-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know, and yet you looked through her wardrobe? I don't think that's much better. Oh, those eyes. He's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. That's disappointing. Oh well, that's a little disappointing. Okay, nothing changed. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Saucer? Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Oh, do you think? Do you think there could be a leak on the roof just above? No! It's for the pet so it can eat! Is the ship quite safe? I'm sure even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? She must be scared to be on the ship. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. Well, you could easily find out if you peek in there and see if there's any remnants. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I will lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruto-san? Yeah, why does he keep on? The bookshelf still seems important to me. But I'm not sure if we can find anything out from it. All the books have toppled over together, look, every single one. Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against a bookcase. No way! She even said she would stop dancing. I don't know, would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from a ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and locked them all over in a fit of rage. How would I in the next cabin? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know? Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in this. No, don't stop it! Why would she do that? Well, whatever. Now, this is the most suspicious thing, but it's being ignored, huh? Okay. Let's try the cabin. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the water when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Oh god, I'm now just a penniless guy for her, huh? Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose we are all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. It just saved. Why did it just save? Now this is the important thing. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool shipbuilder must be to open the ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe? If it is so, there's a gas leak next door where a cabin of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of his ventilator. This is the last thing. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a battle cord. I can't resist. No, stop! Are you an idiot? Uh-oh. Now someone might come in here. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. My goodness, this girl's crazy. I guess we only have this left. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS routes of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of the case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean... I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. This cabin door has the same simple sort of boarded ledge that our cabin door has. The board's drawn across where there's no way as anybody could enter from the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not particularly heavy-duty board, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of Tricky using magnets to unbolt from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too. Stop any seawater coming in. But you couldn't use a method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around this closed door either. Oh, so that's how it is. There's no gaps you can use. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors, but I'm starting to see why they suspect me. That's all. That's all. I don't have anything else to investigate. Maybe I have to move. Let's first check if anything is new. Alright, what is it, detective? Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something he sings to himself. I did it a great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was stuff, it's lucky her luck was the bar. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oh no, I don't want to fight. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. I was just about to read the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous ragged hooks. Well, he does some weird attack poses. Alright, I get the picture now. Could you put those fists away? I almost got punched in the face. Mr. Sholmes, seemed to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... Yeah. He was laughing how silly I was. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman oft stands sentry in the first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half an hour. Oh, he arrives there in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simple, the seaman writes nothing to report and there's just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes. There were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. Wait a second. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Oh, thank you! I was wondering how I would get it. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance? Yeah. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. We just took it with us, see? It's missing. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? We seem to be lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry. Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Yep, I guessed right. Everyone on the ship that probably ate that chicken was affected by it. So they put something in there. For now, let's move around and see if we can go back to this cabin and see something. Oh shit. The emergency? Oh, what's that? Uh-oh. But why an emergency now? Best of sight with a quarter-mile fall. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Uh-oh. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Uh-oh. I can't stand. Susato, hold on to me. Why? But please tell me you protected her. Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san. Oh, he's at least man enough of that. Oof. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. My goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Okay, off into the water we go. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The boat? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. It's just like there were before again. So that's what happened. Because the ship tilted. That would mean that... Either... One, the possibility is that the ship was somehow forced by an external force, by external something. I don't know, a small ship or maybe an iceberg or something. To do that emergency thing in the night that Kazuma died. And the perpetrator, the real killer, somehow staged that. Or the killers among the shipmen So he could easily, you know, force the crewmates to do it. But that would mean that the killer would be the captain, which I don't think seems right to me. Well, let's see for now. Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that, sorry. I'd better tidy this place up first. What? I will first tidy it up and then I will let him in? Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of a cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. I'm done for, aren't I? Yeah, I'm done for. Will they arrest me? And now we're in part 3. We're still in the investigation part. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. So Sato-san took a deep breath and then gently slid back the bolt. I'm in big trouble, aren't I? You. What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Oh man, Hosonaga was kinda doubtful about you, but you're such a nice guy now. Look at this nice guy's eyes. Full of friendliness towards us. Unlike Stroganoff. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we are going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, that's why we made an emergency stop. I see, so anyone can do it, huh? You just need to trigger the emergency stop in the middle of the night. After you kill Kazuma, and then the bolt would close the door, making it a closed case. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you're the devil! Why? What did I do to you? Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. I didn't! You opened my traveling case, how could you? I thought you opened it! What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Why does she know he's an inspector? Arrest this man, I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? And he's stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Why does she hate me so much? I didn't do anything. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. Oh, this is very bad. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? I mean, how different from a wardrobe can it be? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. We can find the stupid snake. Which I assume is in here. So we'll check the vents first. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? Hiya! What? Mr. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking. Why are you also attacking me? And I was just starting to think she was my friend. Don't say it. I was actually hoping she was my friend too. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? This is bad. Sherlock, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes, why are you wearing the tiara? Naturally, I was analyzing what the weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Please don't touch anyone's belongings like that freely. Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't merely tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why are you hanging out from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of a 20,000 rubles naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall. So full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of a curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Borea, has been solved by me naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all the other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. That wait is too long, it's killing me. Ha, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. So you're just a hedgehog, I guess? We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning, when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I can do it. The trouble is there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Oh no, mon chéri. That's what's wrong now. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da! Locked room! That is point! If anything, you, Mr. Stroganoff, didn't do your job properly. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. I can deny that! There's no way that bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not the so-called locked room at all. What? Well, yeah, obviously, I already solved that. Oh yes, there's another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Don't tell me the fucking vent now. Why, it gapes open mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? Gahaha! You think this funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as the tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through a ventilator. No, don't tell me it was a fucking snake! Kazuma didn't deserve to die that way. You know it, don't you? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? You can hear a faint whistling sound. What looks like some sort of speckled band standing. No, this makes no sense. Think about it this way. If a snake came over and wrung his neck and killed him, then even then, it does not explain why we need to, you know, close the door to make it a closed case room, and then write wardrobe on the floor. That's so weird. Oh, hey, Omni. Sherlock has my back? That's you mistaking. I have Sherlock's back, if anything. Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. What is that? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold. What? Are you okay, buddy? Where did it come from, even? But speckled? It doesn't look speckled to me. Isn't it striped, rather? Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. That's your best friend, huh? A snake. Are you okay? Stroganoff? Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Oh, okay, I was right about that. It looks more stripy, would you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you would have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? No, it's not! How exactly, even? I think perhaps it is time to explain the intricacy of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? Oh, hooray! Great! I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. From what I can see, maybe she suspects that her snake killed Kazuma. But is it really true? It doesn't seem to be right. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. The same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice. Yeah, this is not right. It can't be right. We're still in the investigation part. I still need to be convicted. Other than that, it doesn't seem right. I don't think she was the one that wrote wardrobe there. How would she even know that I'm in the wardrobe? Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Are you okay? Looks like he can't speak with that snake caught around his head. But he seems to be a big fan of her. Want to become famous by follows, primes, and views on... Oh no. I don't want to become famous. Well, that was fast. I just clicked on his name. I'll just report him too real quick. Sorry. Spam. Alright. This should do. What was I even saying before? I forgot. Oh yeah, it all seems to be like the snake killed him, but I don't think that was the case. Something else happened. I don't think she would go as far as riding wardrobe and stuff there. It doesn't seem right. And we haven't even solved the mystery of that glass yet. That was lying on the floor too. But let's continue for now. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of a long thread in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Is he going to pose around again? With great deduction, the game is afoot. Yeah, we know that it'll be wrong. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. This death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Are you okay? Why is she looking at her hand? Yes. When you recall those hurried events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Her aching heart? And it is that very pain that evidenced your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we must ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole in the victim's cabin on the pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was that friend with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. Another telltale glance. It looks so fun. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. No, it's not. It's not Speckled. Where did you find this one? And yet the fact remains, leaves us in quandary. Oh, are you okay? The victim's written observation of the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, this specimen markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? What is that? Something blue? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer out to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. What the fuck is that? Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your Van Spectre friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared that to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as Spectre band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of a crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine would be found in the deepest depths of India. There's no way that's true, man! Thinking about it. It's impossible, the snake couldn't have killed him. It must have been a blunt strike. If it was a snake, then there would be strangling marks from the snake, wouldn't be? A snake can't just hit the nerve and make you instantly die, can it? Moving on, we came to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of a victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Huh? She knows about it. In fact, the circumstances of a victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What do you mean? Now we take that as a fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the crime of scene. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of a deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. That almost but not quite imperceptibly puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, this vestige of a snakebite developed by a terrifying friend. This makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense. What is this idiot saying? There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glances betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. She didn't, huh? When you first met in this cabin, it came into my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made a note of low whistling sound that we heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? No, it's a snake and makes sounds! What are you saying? Indeed, you would put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you would summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you would release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down to the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fang in once. And its venom would curse through the victim's vein, ending its existence forever. It's probably not even a venom snake. That is the true nature of a speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt, my logic is infallible. Sorry, but it is infallible in so many places that it makes my head hurt. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of a speckled bat. Yeah, let's revise it. Come on. They don't even believe him. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you will observe a source of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery, what? No. Did I just say that? Did you trust him? Are you an idiot? Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. No, it's wrong. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh yeah, you're proud. Well, you're really proud. Oh well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of a reptile family. You're well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears. Oh yeah, right, they have no ears. I forgot about that. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? Have you not forgotten that it is a tale? Think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to practically useless. Don't be so rude to snakes. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. And there's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like that, like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. What do you mean? Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if a snake had gone through ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. He's devastated, isn't he? Are you relieved? Well, as expected of the partner of Kazuma. Well, I'm the partner. Maybe the not wife. Childhood friend? I'm not sure. Whatever she is, she was to Kazuma. We need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones we ought to be. Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, everyone. We're getting ready to dance. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? Awesome, I can dance freely. You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did we go? Fear not, I shall see where restored of our work is done. I really wish you would leave them off. But so be it. I'm a prime suspect after all. Now everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. With the help of me. Naruhodo. What was my first name? I forgot. Naruhodo-kun. Let's keep it at that. Miss Pavlova, a moment ago you claimed the following. We'll try to speed up to the most important parts. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, even when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. But why does her hand hurt from it? She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks like as though Kazuma's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Well, she's clearly looking at her. Oh, there it is. Scratches? So she doesn't have a snake? Yes, when you recall those horrid events with claw scratches smarts with pain. Indeed, a simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova... Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Yes, she did. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. When I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. But why? And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on the portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. You never take a glance. It still looks funny. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. Now this can't be right. Something else must be. Seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of his friend of hers? We should follow her gaze now, Dodo-san. That's where we'll find an answer. It's a cat! Wow, she looks so happy in here. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. Exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's a little black creature she saw that caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. So it's a kitten. I didn't expect that. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Oh god, I thought they used the wrong words. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Stupid poses, but it's really well done. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought it anywhere with you when you ran away, didn't you? Directed. Darka is his name. That's a weird name, okay. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in questions tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. What the fuck is that even? Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal can only be... yeah, this is wrong. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. Why would she even do that? She just left it in her pocket. No one had ever known. Yeah, exactly. Oh yes, she ploys like that are Mr. Schaum's specialty. He's ever so clever, forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is she hiding behind her back? How do I, what is a cat toy? Well, it is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of glove of some sort. And that looks like a hand at one hand. I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West apparently. How's that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of her and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. Oh well. We cannot present it like that. But still, why would she throw that into the ventilator? Yes, the thing you are failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of a now infamous Speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim couldn't fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the Speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I thought about that too. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Daka. Okay, but I'm not sure why she feels guilty about the death then. A truly troublesome feline young Daka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Classic Ace Attorney, we're just stealing everything we find to use in court. It was after I gave her the food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and ran right up this bell cord. Why would she do that? This guy has to be pretending to be stupid wrong and just enjoys watching you try to figure it out. I feel like he's just really stupid and wrong. I feel like Watson is usually doing my job. Or Wilson in this case. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Taka, she's so naughty. That's all you say? Oh well, we have multiple topics, that's no problem, I guess. But how did he die? Was it really a snake? I don't believe it. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of a victim. But maybe the cat distracted him, so he got killed by someone? I'm not sure. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. She reacted to it. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Yeah, that's wrong. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. In the post-mortem report, it says that he died by a blunt force. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only the Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Human Stroganoff isn't some kind of mortal freak, you know. The jury's out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if you take that as a fact... Correct. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of a crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of a deceased body would prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because of his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably the Daka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck and completely by accident. That would be so stupid if he died from an accident. But that doesn't explain the dying message. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe for Kazuma Somerville. Yeah, exactly. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I have no idea, actually. I presume, I guess this maybe? It could maybe explain that he... what was it? Slipped on a piece of glass or something? Or slipped on something? Yes, an examination of mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so promptly visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, possibly identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax. Tallow and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Omni, that the cat somehow knocked Kazuma over by surprising him or something and then he slipped and died, but this is still too weird. It doesn't explain why the whole crew was drugged. Oh yeah, you weren't here. So basically what happened is everyone who woke up has a throbbing head pain, and I presume that it comes from the crew's food. So we were drugged somehow with sleeping pills or something. And third of all, Kazuma left a dying message. Or rather, a Russian person left a dying message, writing in his fingers. Which is weird, why would she do that? And the color of polish is, well, we continue for now. The color of polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what had happened. Some reason. Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine and the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant he lost his life. If that's the case, what a goddamn anticlimactic death for him after the first case. No, it must be wrong. I have the feeling that something is not right. First of all, the cat loved her to the point that she can hug her. Why would she suddenly scratch her and go to the next cabin? There must be something about it. Second of all, this is a locked room case. Oh yeah, right, we don't know. So we were all drugged with sleeping pills, presumably. This hasn't been revealed yet, but this is what I assume to be the case. I actually forgot. I'm sorry, Omni. I wasn't home the whole day, so I didn't have time to read it anyways. I'm sorry. So yeah, this was a locked room case, presumably. But we were all drugged, likely, with the food we had last night. And Kazuma didn't eat it because he didn't like the food, and I ate it all. So presumably, we slept through the night very soundly, and someone used the alarm of a ship to hold the ship. So when that happened, when the ship stopped, the lock of the door closed up, so it became a closed case. Closed murder case? Presumably, but it all seems weird. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. She must know something. But this doesn't seem to be the truth, so it's fine. I still think she's innocent. Despite that, she has no reason to... she has no reason to hide the murder. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as the day to me. You did all you could to conceal incriminating evidence. But now inventory glance pertains to the hiding place you chose. This isn't it. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Okay, this is wrong. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and... now he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. Maybe it happened, but I don't think he would have died from it. But... if this is part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. He and this cabin somewhere in the direction where she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. I can't see anything weird. Well, let's check this case anyways. It's empty. This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darker. Now that it's... not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have left itself... It's... Isn't it weird? How did she get out, even? There's a third party at play. It seems to have let itself out of a case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head and somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. Point is, where has it got to? Ah. The tiara makes no sense. Is it a garbage can after all? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, now there's a piece of glass here. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Oh, he slipped on that broken piece of glass. Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Well, okay. Let's present it like that. So the broken piece of glass is what's on the floor. What you can see next to the shoe polish. So he probably tripped over that. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. So you just took the glass piece with you? Or did you just run over to the other room and took it? Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Where would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bucket, are you not? Oh, it's maybe the kittens. Let's check it. We got the picture after all. Yeah, there it is. See? I don't know, and that harsh Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bear in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto. Yes. The evidence linking to Miss Pavlova and the little bear would be this picture. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darker's collar, the very glass bar in question. Isn't it weird? How did it fall off? The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night and did so after a truly unauspicious fall. And because of that fateful stumble, how can you be so dramatic? You upset feline friend Daka. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think that's the truth. A goddamn cat. No, I think it's too easy. Look at this. I'm not even in the courtroom yet. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. I don't think so. This is all too weird. This doesn't feel right, at least. Alright, spill the beans. Tell us what happened finally. Oh, I really need info, you know that? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Daka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall, and I knew that I was not allowed to have Daka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point you thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of a toy through the ventilator into an adjoining cabin. Daka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly. But nothing. She didn't return. Then how did she caught her? So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... It was such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of a brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glassware and tripping up. Vessus Borea is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll wildly without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of a ship lurching when the cat got under his feet, a combination of unfortunate factors could easily have him caused to fall over. But dying from that? There's no way that he can't catch himself from... You know? I think a throw from Miss Susato is harder than his fall like that. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she disappeared again. No, it wasn't locked. It was locked, 100%. gracious, that cat is as insufferable restless as I am. Oh, he knows something about himself at least. When I awoke this morning, I heard that the young man in the cabin next door to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where's it? If snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board of his ship? Oh, he became friends with Stroganov, huh? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Pt.2. Pt.2. That snake belongs to you, Pt.2. No, it doesn't look like Pt.2 to me. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I don't think that he killed Kazuma, though. He seems to be involved, but I don't think it was Kazuma that he killed. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into his cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? What, someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Piroska does not have venom. He harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. He's adorable like a grandmother. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him... what? Milk, I suppose? Ha, like we say, they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pryoska eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah, so... is that what the mousetrap in that passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? You can, I don't know, buy it before the trip instead of catching live mice that shouldn't be on the ship anyway? Nothing says top of a food chain like we're looking their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk and it can't hear a whistle. It can't clap a bell cord and it's not even venomous. Oh, the deuce did something so inatlantic staring roll. It's not my fault. I didn't make up stories. My Piroshko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. It's not. I don't think it is. The entire truth hasn't been revealed yet. It seems wrong. Come on, realize it, Naruto. Ryunosuke, come on. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in. And I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstance, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. But it is not. Looks like the others realized. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see. That was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I agree. To be perfectly honest, yes. That's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Come on, Sholmes. Let's solve this mystery together. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Oh no, I got used to it, as you can see. Not again. When did you do that? Especially as we are on your worst as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. How does he keep doing that? Well, maybe on top of being a detective, he's also a magician? You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Oh yes, he was. He was my partner. Kazuma is my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. How my best friend died. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruto. What are we doing now? So then, shall we begin? Yes! Let's do this, Sholmes. What we should ponder first? It's the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Impossible. Or was it, in fact, no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instant. But we've already established it, haven't we? No, we haven't. The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed up into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but it's still an accident. Mata! Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if it's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts Miss Pavlova's story in here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable? His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Wait, what's the evidence? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. I have absolutely no idea what the evidence is, by the way. Actually, wait a second. I gotta go to the toilet real quick. Give me a minute. Hey. I'll be back in a bit. Now then, let's find out what happened. First of all, I have no idea what the evidence is. So, we save here! It could be anything, to be honest. Either the blow to the neck because he fell forward, it wouldn't make sense. It could be this message, which also doesn't make sense. Why would she do that? What else is there? This also doesn't. I'll try the dying message first, and then I'll try the postmortem plot. The truth is clearly recorded with photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Okay, I guess I was right. So because the script is in Russian, it couldn't have been Kazuma that wrote it. Also, we know from whatever she said that either she must have entered the room or someone else did. So it wasn't a mere accident. If it was an accident, she wouldn't go out of her way to write it down, you know? That I was the murderer. She didn't even know I was in that wardrobe. I think. Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. So you left it? So really left it? It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. It is? I have no idea about Russian, so I don't know. That doesn't seem to be likely. In his dying moments even? That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Yeah, he died instantly, so he couldn't have written the dying message anyway. Ask Max if it's true. I will later on. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. Instant death. I think we could have used both of them without problem. Two, evidences to solve this. Ah, yes. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. Oh, hey, Sui. What's up? That is not the only reason either. Currently playing as Attorney, as you can see. It newly came out like 4 days ago, maybe? There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova had told us was true. In the cabin? What? So Susatsu-san has noticed this too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. I have no idea. Oh, you drank, huh? I'm fine, as you can see, I'm just playing games. Okay, another piece of evidence that proves that there was no accident. Yes, good question, I have no idea. A remnant of something that could have been there if Miss Pavlova had told us what was true. The bell, maybe? She would have taken it with her, wouldn't she? Well, let's try it. Oh yeah, I was even right. Yeah, if she would have, taken all evidences, she wouldn't have left this part here. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass where the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over into the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw, even. What? That's really what happened. Then how did one half of a bear end up back here in this cabin? Yep, that's a fatal flaw. If she really sneaked in there, then she would have stolen it. Yes, remember that we found the other half of a glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. This is complicated. Yes, there was someone else present at Mr. Asogi's. You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Of course, we know this. What are you talking? Oh, they are talking about me. What are you talking about? Bookhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. We just found the crime scene for those who adopted that. And only other person, Kevin, when young student died was you. When young student, you wouldn't even know it. It's in the middle of night. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut in inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Why is he laughing? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote that word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder then the culprit failed to notice a fragment of a tiny item. That's like half of it. What do you mean, a little fragment? Oh my god, so Cosmo really did die from a cat. We're just trying to figure out the message who left it when. I don't think that's... No, I don't think it's true. It feels wrong. You all suspect me, don't you? This guy keeps protecting her. Seaman Stroganoff. Where did the snake go? Nina is woman of sea. She's daughter of strong sailor. What do you mean, strong sailor? 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Oh, so that's it. So, oh, that's why they help her. Okay, that's understandable. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. What about the sailor with the snake? He's Russian, isn't he? Yeah, he's a prime suspect, but it makes no... Well, now I know why he has markings on his face. It's because of a snake. Huh. But he has no motive. That's the most important part. They have no motive to kill him. And we know it's not an accident. But that is not possible. I give my 2. Well... This is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Because they did something else, obviously. You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in the eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nida, not anyone. Is this really the truth in accent? That would be so anticlimactic. It would make me very sad. No, for the message. Yeah, he could have made the message, to be honest. Oh, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet! It's impossible. He's right. No, what do you mean he's right? You already know how it works. We went through it just before. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie a thread around the door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. No, you idiot! We already went through it. Why do you all talk like you don't remember the emergency? Red, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so why did you drag me into this now? What if we're trying to cover up a connection with Pavlova and I had due to concerns of her being associated with it, even that was an accident? He did jump to her defense very fast. Yeah, that could be a possibility. So they wrote a message to implicate you. How did they even know I was in there? That's my greatest question. As far as I know, only Kazuma knew about me. Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? Well, it's fine. The Naruhodo clan is for blames only. So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of a cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. Wait, was he in the room too? So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out to the telling sign of a method that was used to slide the door bolt across from the outside. I guess this? This is not how it works. How am I supposed to point at it? It's a warning. So I guess like this? Oh no, this is totally wrong. You got me if it was something that showed up earlier and I came here in the end. It certainly shows something was done, I concur. In fact, it's an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusion. What am I supposed to? Oh, I see. I think I should have looked at the bookshelf, maybe? But a truly dismal way to show how the bolt could be made to slide shut from the outside of the cabin. Did you really have to say truly dismal? Surely it can't really be possible to make a bolt slide shut without touching it all, can it? I'm sure that it is. It's something that in back... Oh. How am I supposed to show it if it's in the outside? Yes, I know. I just need to point the right one. I know what it is, it's the alarm, but... How do I show the alarm? Like this? Yeah, it's a bookcase. I still believe Holmes had to know from the beginning of how he's acting. Yeah, he's completely different now. Maybe he was testing me? furniture. Look at the bookcase here. There. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe. Yes, it's what's known as the forces of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. Yeah, maybe Holmes is better than I expected after all. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come to this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance! Oh, that sounds like Hosonaga! Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, we both flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of matter, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? The SS Buria made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments... It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? And then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had to top it over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Buria made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only press a button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Yep, it's the truth. He's looking away. Wait, it was you? Wait, he pressed the button out of curiosity? That's why the ship stopped? Oh my god. Sholmes. Well, thank you. Well, he probably did it to find out if the mechanic worked. It's fine, I guess. When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. And as indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Great, Sholmes is the kind of guy that will nuke our planet, if it comes to it. He sounds almost proud of himself. Not almost, he is proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to captain. You are in much trouble now. No, I'm sure that all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night after what happened to Mr. Sogi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots! Budia is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. We do? Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto? I have no idea! Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? I have no idea. Literally, every time I have to point at something, I just try to guess it. Evidence that something happens. Yeah, I thought it's the ship lock likely. Because it's blank. From that time onward, meaning that they are trying to hide something. Why do I need a magnifying glass here? What is the purpose of it? Oh, we'll try it for now. Okay, it is right. Yeah, it's blank because they tried to hide the fact that something happened. Steam and Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol a first-class area of a ship, isn't that right? Duh. That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Did he snatch it away? Okay then. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as a responsible passenger, we took it into our cabin with a mind to return it to you later. Oh, he's good! He would be a good thief. I left there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under the normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? And we got him. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Yeah, we got him. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log and back. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! It's still strange. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh. Why? Well, because of something as major as an emergency stop really had happened. Surely all of us would have noticed. That is very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. No worries, there's an explanation for that. Sholmes? What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning, we have all suffered with it. Ah, yes. Oh yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. Like he was drunk. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? I think he also even talks differently if he's in serious mode. The Sherlock, the Sholmes. Oh well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Oh, it's very, very relevant, Ryunosuke. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Yeah, he's been making me dance around. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? Exactly. I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meat prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice with Sharp's emergency stop? Isn't that weird? They prepared the sleeping drug before Kazuma even died. So why would they do that? Only to make sure that they can get the Pavlov girl on the ship? Mr. Naruto, of course, that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over to the coast. Wow. So that's a serious mode. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Renegade? Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make promises like this for everyone anymore. Ah, renegade? Okay. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia, who wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug and chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on the lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we could not make all drug. How do you say? Dissolve. Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Bodea slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of a slumber-inducing potion, the evening meals had contained. So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew people who disliked the chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And Kazuma. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case. It would have been a complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the passengers would have eaten the evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite, and accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would have happily sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. So not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. What shock. Did Kazuma seriously die from a stupid cat? You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor and attempted to incriminate another. Someone who tried to desperately hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like we trust only what we see with our own eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes? Do you hear that accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me, yeah. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I think it's a sailor. I believe the time has come. One final logic and reasoning spectacular. To expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruto, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow. Just as said of these two prevaricators. Observation. If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you're delightful quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh, ink. There you go. How did he ink himself so badly, though? Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. But I do now. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it so is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright, then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of the uniform really is... It would be funny if it was wrong. But it's the only picture with the ink. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah, the penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have been possible to have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... it must have been present in the cabin. And the moment immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me, I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did. How did he know about me? Then I pressed button to make Bureyadu's emergency stop and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheep. Biff, please. You must help me. He really died because of a stupid cat? Are you kidding me? I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student bar on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through ventilator into Master Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. That's really how he died? That's so anticlimactic, it's making me cry. Oh my god, he really did die from the damn cat. I can't believe it. Couldn't we at least involve this damn Russian, I don't know, revolutionary? So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find it's a human lying lifeless on the floor. I'm so sad he died from a stupid accident. At least get murdered or something. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of the students' camp and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Duh. So he was dead. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but was on the floor and not moving. I was scared. Please add a twist to it. He can't die this pathetically. This man is a legend. He would have become a legend if not for his death. I understand and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? I don't believe so. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was broken neck, therefore victim died instantly. Oh, fuck. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, those are the facts. There's one particular error in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? I knew it. It couldn't have been an accident like this. If Kazuma tripped and fell, by some terrible shock of a bad luck broke his neck. Which part of his photograph print seems unnatural? His fingers seem unnatural. Why would he point his finger? I think that's it, right? Or is there something else? Well, always safe. At least that's the first unnatural thing that comes to my mind. Anything about his uniform seems normal. Do you really want to know? Well, I can just try around. No, wait. They used his finger, so it's absolutely normal. Huh, so that can't be it. What else is unnatural about this? I actually have no idea. What about this is so weird? Huh. Huh. I mean, they use a finger to draw something, so this can't be it. So maybe something about him? Maybe his face? Why is he sideways? Ah. Ah. His uniform seems fine. Everything seems fine. I'll try his head first. For now, hold back. If I'm wrong more than twice, then... yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, I should might keep my eyes open. Yeah, of course. And it can be equally helpful to use my... yes, use my eyes. I'm sorry. I'll try that. Unnatural, isn't it? Surely. That particular crass detail was accessed by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another point. Imagine if you were losing your footing yourself. If you land as the victim has, what of your hands? So it is the hands after all. You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. Should be an easy task. Hmm. So it's a fist after all? I thought it was weird, but... Huh? Oh, let's try it anyways. Alright, if you really fell due to an unfortunate accident, and this fist just doesn't seem quite... Okay, it's a fist. Yeah, that's true. I wonder how it came to the fists. Was he trying to fight? It's still weird enough that he died from an accident. Someone who was training every morning, so he should have, you know, experience with falling correctly. Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. Oh, the Twitch Authority E0244, thanks for the follow. That's an interesting name you have there. I wonder why it wasn't shown though. 6 minutes ago, how did I miss that? The exact thought occurred to me. Ah, in the fall one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Oh really? Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what pray do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Chomps, show us, please. Now I'm interested what you found. Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? Oh. This is what I found. It's an earring. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Yeah, like on her ear. But why would she kill him? Observation, Mr. Naruto. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. Yeah, literally. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fists? This is the final clue, the last piece of a puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Well, for example, you know, oh my god. Did she kill him? Miss Pavlova on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. What? And on your other ear. There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes, and I don't want to believe it. Miss Pavlova. Mr. Asogi must have grabbed that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before you fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed a moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why does he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? But she would have recognized, and why did she not remove the other earring? But did she? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova. Tell us the truth last night. What did you do to Kazuma? Are you okay? You tried to pull your earring off. This must hurt. It depends. If it's not very sturdy, then nothing will happen, to be honest. It wasn't directly linked. It's kind of like the thing that binds it to the earring on the ear was broken. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. She was probably too freaked out to distracted by the death to remember to remove the other one. Yeah, there was so much that happened. And then when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible long day. Daka, wait. Huh? I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Daka wouldn't come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Oh, you knew that the Inspector was here, of course. The young man from your country was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Daka and promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave a man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of a ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth, I hope. And hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that card. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? No. That's how he died? When it happened, everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Daka had jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet. And... as he turned around to look at me... Oof. Okay, yeah, no wonder his neck broke. I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Now this is even worse to digest. Even though he wanted to help her, it ended like this. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway? I heard Nina cry out and fell on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If I find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect with passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Oh, that's how he found me. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place. Oh, I see. And used ink that was spilling to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe, yeah. So that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of a glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin, I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went to her cabin and I finished it off by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. This entering the board on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if you had pulled or caught into court for the captain of a ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Ah. He said the inspector was his friend. Oh yes, meaning me. Was supposed to be acting as bodyguard. I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean... Was Mr. Asoki really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? Oh man, this is just a complete tragedy. I don't know how to digest this. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, he was trying to call me. Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. We told you he wouldn't give you your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Oh, dear lady, it's not like that. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whither the young man's gaze was directed? Whither? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in that wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san? Yes, that's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruto? Yes, if there's one thing I've learned today... Oh, Vivi Manolia, thanks for the follow. Very kind of you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. After all, this will take pretty long to clear, considering every case is at least 6 hours. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion... Man, Sholmes is actually a pretty smart guy, huh? Damn you. Damn you for acting that way. He's helping me out left and right. We can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? There can only be one thing, and it's me. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked like as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell call. Yes, however... Yeah, I doubt it, I'm sorry. What is directly beside the bell god? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Yes. Miss Pavlova, please. Think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. Ah, why did he die that way, at least? At least use him properly. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently. If you had. Yes, it wouldn't have ended in a tragedy. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you will never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. Ah yeah, I'm sorry too. What have I done? Yeah, what have you done? You took my best friend away from me! And we couldn't even have our adventure in England! And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Borea was finally laid to rest. Just like my best friend. For fuck's sake. So it's now even. Yeah. Oh, you look better! What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. A pure tragedy. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, Thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. It's a fucking waste, okay? I'm so bitter about it, but that's how most deaths are, where tragedy and unnecessarily one. Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange a passage back to Japan. Yes, so it seems. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So you should get back to your cabin now. For a second I thought he said to your wardrobe, so I was ready to go back into that wardrobe. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even began then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. Don't say it, it makes it even more sad. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh wow, she's still here. Susato, what are you doing in my room, or rather Kazuma's? Susato-san. Naruro-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh no, please don't cry. I still can't believe this has happened. Still can't believe someone's life can be over. Just like that. Yeah, me neither. So insignificantly. Susato-san. This sucks! This totally sucks! Come on, why did he have to die that way? He had such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain, so many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asugi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused for his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. You were drugged. Wait, why do I have what? Holmes, come on! What the fuck? Surprised, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I am surprised. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Please stop it! Don't jerk around like that. Without them the balance seems wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake, shall we? You're a stowaway after all. Ha ha ha, you little piece of shit, I'm going to punch you. Thinks this is funny? Well, it's kind of funny. Mr. Sholmes. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? English. Struggling. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Wait a minute. Is it just me or has it... that has... Is it just... It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. Susato? The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death. Yeah, it was unfortunate, alright. I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Who's Susato-san? My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualification, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good amount of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Yes, I'll be a lawyer and sing him up, no problem. But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but I'm not... What am I even studying, to be honest? I'm sorry, in that case I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Are you crazy, in a month? Am I trying to die? Mr. Naruto, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work in my fingers to the bone, Inspector. Every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever the punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? Whoa, she's generally smiling at me. That surprised me. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. Seriously. So, what does a bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, it's madness, I'm crazy. Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. Not only today, on the trial too. From the early hours of this morning until this every moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Man, he's been praising me so nicely, I'm surprised. Thanks, Sholmes. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said I would do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. Oh, thank you, Inspector. Normally I'm dead. I have to study law in 1 month. If you excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I can't study for shit. As far as I know, Naruto-kun is pretty lazy. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto? I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? She's smiling again. That's nice. I would be delightful to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. Now I wonder how even Maya could stand as an assistant next to me. She didn't study for shit. She was just a spirit. Miku or something. And Mr. Naruto, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. His soul. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Are you sure I can have that then? Well, apparently. Very well. I accept and I will treasure it always. Wow, maybe I should train with a sword instead of just carrying it around then. So then, Miss Susato. Seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. Will be an honor, Mr. Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall for every spare moment we study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. I'm dead. You should see that enthusiasm in your eyes. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness. What is it? Please throw me to the ground. What? 3 times? No. What do you mean 3 times? You did it 4 times. I should have never have doubted you. You were Kazuma's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. It should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock, it's fine. You just find out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from me. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but it was 5 times? I thought it was 4 times. Oh, that number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? I think it will keep on creeping up as long as we work together, too. Please, you must. Just take hold and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No, I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest, I confess. I was most impressed. When did you see that? When? How? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called Susato Takedown. Apparently it's called Susato Takedown. At least your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of a combative arts myself. I'm somewhat of an accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I would be honored. What the fuck? Then let us not dally. Demonstrate me, my dear. Wait. This pattern. She's going to throw me, isn't she? Oh, of course. Ha. So much for me throwing her, huh? Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? Sorry. Oh. Yep, this is going to be a fun adventure with her. As you can see, you throw from the bottom. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually no, that was just a Susato squash. What's the difference? What the... What? In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Oh yeah, just kick me when I'm on the ground and crying. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of our Sogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryonosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. Does that mean the sword will guide me too? Does it speak to me? So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. We're best buds, aren't we? I knew you wouldn't let me down. Now we can't do it together. That important thing you had to do. Still don't know what that was. It's going to kick my ass, isn't it? It's going to be complicated. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And that's it. Episode 2. I didn't think I would do it in one stream. I thought I would part it in parts. Yes, thank you, English. You're never famous. But apparently I was too excited to see the conclusion. Wherever I thought I would go to the card room, this is the first time I solved something without being in the card room. And the next episode will be episode 3, the runaway room. Does that mean I'll continue being a runaway? Oh well, whatever. Today we saw a deep tragedy caused by little accidents that, I don't know, were just thrown together. No one was really in the wrong here. It was just little misunderstandings happening all together, leading to a great tragedy, making Kazuma lose his life. I wish we had more time together, but I guess that's how it is. I also wished he would have died less anticlimactic, less of a tragedy, less, without meaning. But that's how life is, I guess. So now we'll, I don't know, inherit his soul, his spirit. At least we will take it with us. And now the real adventure will begin, whatever awaits us in Britain. So for now, I'll end the stream 6 hours again, which surprises me. I thought it would be longer for the next case, but maybe that will be future cases. So thank you guys for watching. Thanks, Omni. You were a great help. Sorry I didn't read the story. I'll read it afterwards. And we'll see each other again next time. Next time I will surely make it in parts and not in one single stream. I don't have that much time. Okay, thanks for joining. See you again next time. Have fun. Bye bye. F for Kazuma.